1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hi. LSP config framework is deprecated. Alright, that's fine. I think for now. Hello, Nertzel. Actually, first today, no way. Okay, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? We're solving the advent of code with my own language. Of course. Alright, let's see. Advent of code. Day 3. We will need to do part 1. We will need to do part 2. And we will be improving the language a little bit, probably. Again. Solid of go. Let's have the name of the language here. To hello Pigorli. Hi. How's it going? Also, I updated my my system. So if let me know if you hear the cracking or like the glitches, you know, the beeps, something, or if it is fixed. You know, but I updated the Nix OS to the new release, which was just released, right? All right. Yes, do an advent of code in cast, and thank you for pinning the message. All right. Currently sounds good. Yeah, it's today was easier than yesterday. Yeah. I don't think like the only difficulty is the is how much of the language do we need to improve, or can we just solve it immediately? Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Let's just start. Betseg, welcome. You descend a short staircase, enter the surprisingly vast lobby, and are quickly cleared by the security checkpoint. When you get to the main elevators, however, you discover that each one has a red light above it. They're all offline. Sorry about that, and Elf apologizes as she tinkers with the nearby control panel. Some kind of electrical surge seems to have fried them. I'll try to get them online soon. You explain your need to get further underground. Well, you could at least take the escalator down to the printing department. Now that you'd get much further... Not that you'd get much further than that without elevators working. That is, you could if the escalator weren't also offline. That was quiet, almost as if I heard it through the mic. You mean the, yeah, you mean this thing. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I think like for some reason, like my output is lower volume than normally. But if all that I do is change its configuration back and forth, then it should be the same one again. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Hello.
Hello, Kuvi man.
Like that should have been normal volume, right?
Wishlist close to light on Steam.
Yes. That was good. I don't know. Like this is weird. This is another like audio issue on Linux. I need to like I don't know. This is very weird. This is a bug. What window manager am I using? It's Hyperland. Hyperland. Alright, but don't worry, it's not fried, it just needs power. Maybe you can get it running while I'll keep working on the elevators. Linux and audio issues, story almost older than Linux itself. Yeah. There are batteries nearby that can supply emergency power to the escalator for just such an occasion. The batteries are each labeled with their voltage rating, a value from 1 to 9. You make a note of their voltage ratings, your puzzle input. For example, okay, let's start by copying this example into the repository. We're going to have the 3 example txt. We're going to copy the main here. And I am going to do this too. Something like that is what we want. Workspace, source, J3 main, like so. All right, here we are. Is this Advent of Kui? Hello, Beldek. Welcome. Yeah, also I think we can immediately update the cast itself, because we did the performance improvements yesterday, and the language is now like 5 times faster than it was yesterday. And also the formatter can handle the empty lines now. Let's do that and keep reading. The batteries are arranged into banks. Each line of digits in your input corresponds to a single line bank of batteries. Within each bank, you need to turn on exactly 2 batteries. The voltage the bank produces is equal to the number formed by the digits on the batteries you've turned on. I need to turn on exactly 2 batteries. For example, if you have a bank like this, and you turn on batteries 2 and 4, the bank will produce 24 jolts. You cannot rearrange batteries. You will need to find the largest possible voltage each bank can produce. In the example above, it's 98. Or here it's 89 and 78. Okay, that makes sense. The total output voltage is the sum of the minimal maximum voltage for each bank. What is the total output voltage? All right, this is easy. You actually came to ask if you will do this in cast. Well, I mean, I have been doing this in cast, right? It's already day 3. Yes, I am doing this in cast. Of course. Cast is building right now. You watched Bad Cop earlier doing this in Bash. Yeah. Bad Cop is streaming when I'm sleeping, it seems. Or when the... You're so cheap, oh my god, you didn't even purchase a key for Linux. Yeah, I'm broke. Why does it take so long to build a cast? Because cast is huge. What do we want? Cast. Source main of the day 3. There we go. Okay, so this works, and then the formatter now can do empty lines like this. There you go. We can include, change directory, read the input, and then over here we have the actual solution. Exactly, you are not doing this when I usually watch. Yeah, I guess I started streaming later than previously, because I don't know. Is this bad schedule? Is this schedule when I'm streaming during the day better? But then it's like weird, because I don't really have the motivation to work at night, but to work later. You know, this is fine. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So we just read the lines and then and how big are the actual lines? Let's see. They are not that big. So we just like this is literally just selecting the first one, selecting the second one, combining them and seeing if it's about more or not than the maximum. Like just do the brute force here. No need to be smart about this, right? Input txt. Save this. What's my time zone? It's 8 p.m. right now for me. So it's UTC +4. Yeah. Okay, so what do? We do string dot lines of the input, right? String dot lines input, and then we have line. So what do we do for each line? Also we say that answer is equal to 0 first. Yeah. And then for each line, you know what I want to do immediately? Like I did not move the for range into the language yet, and I think I should do it. Like this is not how I actually want my for loops work, but for now this is good enough, and I think let's just move this immediately. Into the standard library for ranges. Over here we have a for range, and then syntax. We just implement that like so. Okay, so I can do cast for I in 0 to 10. Oh wait, yeah. Maybe like while I'm at it, we need to make sure that 0.10 is doing it properly, you know. ABG print I. Yeah, so like this doesn't work because it thinks that 0 and 10 is like a single token. It will work with space though, right? Let's fix that too. At the same time, so this just means I need to change the lexer. The lexer read number, right? Let's see. That's how I'm reading the number, right? So I'm the first one must be a digit, and then I'm reading while. Okay, so wait. I did this already. I only did a single dot, right? Sin dot. Sin dot is true. So I keep reading, but when I see the second dot, it should not be that, right? Let's see. 1, 2. Oh, it thinks that this dot is a okay. So it sees the one dot, and then the second dot. So like this is the number, right? One dot, and then the field is 2, because the dot is the fields. Okay, that makes sense. I have an idea for the next year. Create custom language. You type ID of task, and it will compile to solution. Rust had the same issue at some point. I don't remember that. But yeah, I think honestly, like I know that some people, a lot of people, I guess, like saying one dot, right? For the floating points. But I think that if you say just like 1.0, that is better. Like, I don't think that allowing the one dot without like 0 here should be allowed, basically. Also, I'm not really allowing like .0, for example. Right? That's also not something that can be parsed. If you had let A, B, C, and you wanted access A, you would do T.0.0, but Rust used to not like it. It thought you wanted to access 0.0. Yeah, that's something that I do remember. And I guess for me, if I try to do that right now, that is also going to parse as that, right? If I say A.0.0, this is going to be object A and field is 0.0, right? So it's literally the same as Rust. Does it mean that... So this is the job of the Lexer, right? And there is more state to the Lexer now. All right, let's fix the other one, because I don't do .0 for the field access yet, but I will want to do that at some point. Wait, I mean, how do I even do that, right? Because I need to say that 1.0. I mean, yeah. Over here, we say that read while. Read while says that I'm doing the peak, right? And then when not seen dot, I guess not seen dot and reader peak 2, like pick the one after the dot. Must be a digit, right? Yes. It must be a digit, basically. Pick 2. I guess we just do that then. I mean, first of all, we have not seen dot, and then we say that in dot is true, sure, but then we say that if pick 2 reader, I'm going to match, I guess, with wait, what is pick 2 return option, right? So this should be some C when is digit C, then we return true, but in other cases we actually return false. Right? Is this better? Let's see. So if I do 1.0, I mean, yeah. I need to do something like cast lex, right? I call 1.0 cast select. There we go. So this is 1 and then dot dot and then 0. A0 0 A dot 0 0 0. How do we fix that? How did Rust fix that? It's like that's the state of the Lexer, right? I just remember the previous one, right? Fix lexing 0 to 10, right? I mean, this one is fixed now already. This one, do I want to fix this one immediately? Fix lexing that. Okay, so now for the loops. I actually don't want the spaces here then. I think for the ranges. Right? And then we do for I. So like this, but we can do it without spaces here now, right? There we go. For okay. Yeah, I'll think about the field accesses later. Let's go back to the advent of code. Like over here, right? 0 2 times. Do this. Okay, so in the day 3, what I wanted is this line, right? I would just go for I in 0 to by the way, what are the priorities? I don't know. Let's check the priorities. String length line. What is the priority here? This is the so I can do that. Is that what we want? Or do we want the dot dot to be an operator that is binding stronger than a function application? I don't know. Like also I can say basically from 0 to like 2 plus 2, for example, right? This also works. But I'm pretty sure it's different in Rust, for example. So right now this dot dot is part of the for syntax, but we will want this to be eventually just the operator that's creating a range object. It's really weak in Rust. So it's same, right? Okay, so it's the same then. Let me check. For this in 2 plus 2, 2, 5 divided by 1, 2, 3. Like that works, right? It does. Okay. Sure. Then we can say that this also should work, right? So yeah, we we select the index of the first one, and then we select the index of the second one, and the second one is going to be, I guess I plus 1 to string length line, right? And then we just see if this is more or less than the maximum, right? So we say that maximum, I guess, is 0. And then we say current is... okay, now we need the... Okay, I need to convert the string, the character into into an integer. And that's something that we don't know, right? I don't have that in the language right now. Because I don't have, like, I need char ord. I don't have the char ord, right? Char, yeah, we only have his white space. I need the ord. And, like, convert from integer to character and from character to integer. Functions, right? Because otherwise, how would I do that? I mean, the other option to do that is going to be basically using the substrings instead of getting the character. I can do substring of line starting from index and of length 1, and then string, and then string to int 32, I guess. So this is first digit, right? But we will want the to do the better version. And then second digit is like a J, and then current is first digit times 10 plus second digit. My autocompletion is not saying the yeah, my autocompletion is like the worst feature of the LSP right now too. It's not showing me everything that's available, but it's okay. So then I say that if current is more than maximum, then maximum is current. Basically, that's all, right? The language server crashed 5 times in the last 3 minutes. Nice. Why am I crashing though? Am I crashing because I'm running out of memory? When am I adding cast to cast? Relatively soon, because I will need casting for the traits. Because that's how I implement my traits. We say type as trait, and this is the casting operator, right? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so now we say that if... No, we just don't say this. If we say answer plus equal maximum, right? And then we dbg print answer. And that's all. Let's run this. Okay, 3, 0. Beautiful. Because the example is empty. That makes sense, maybe. Okay, 357. Is that correct? Yes, this is correct. So now let's do this on input. Wait, why is it slow? Wait, is this slow? Do I have a lot of lines? I have 200 lines, and each line is... How many characters? 100 characters. Well, I mean, yes, this is slow because it is 200 times 100 times 100 complexity, which is pretty much, yeah, which is a lot, I guess, for my language right now. But what was the actual time to run this? Submit. Continue to part 2. Yeah, the part 1 is really easy today. Yeah, it's n square k, if n is the length. I mean, n usually is the number of lines, right? So it's like... Yeah, but whatever. Yeah, it's like 16 seconds. And it's basically, yeah. Yeah, k square n. So it is 2 times 10 to the power of 6, basically. which should be really quick, but we have the interpreter, which is relatively slow. So I think 16 seconds though is fine for that. Yeah.
Hello penguin _ operat 0R.
Hello, penguin. Rate 0R. We already solved the part 1 of the Advent of Code.
Hello Pgorly.
A3 part 1. Alright, then let's go for the part 2 immediately. Or do we not go to it immediately? Because then this stream is going to be very short. Maybe we go and improve the language first a little bit. Let's improve some things first. The second one is also easy, right? You said. So what do we want? Yeah, I want to like this to be written as what? I want to say string get at I, right? Into char ord. Char ord minus char ord 0, right? Something like this is what we want. We can like make also this to be a function like char 2-digit, similar to the Rust standard library. Do we want to do that? I mean, that's a common operation, right? Converting a character to a digit and like strings to digits and stuff. Yeah, we want from digit and we want 2-digit, and we also can give it the radix, I guess, so that we can parse the hex digits too. There's isDigit, there's 2-digit. Yeah, let's have all of these functions, because why not? So we just do char 2-digit. Let's do char 2-digit this and right. So digit just takes the radix. Stealing ideas from Rust. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Rust is the language that I'm using, that I've been using the most. Rust standard library is relatively good. Is this a Rust clone? I mean, we're cloning a lot of features from Rust, yeah. I mean, if we don't like this too much, like, I mean, saying the radix other than 10 is like is useful, right? But the most common one is using the radix of 10, right? So maybe we should make the 2-digit be the you know, 2-digit should assume the radix of 10. But if the if we want a different radix, then we will say something like two-digit radix, right? 2-digit radix. Is that that's going to be the name of the function if you want to configure the radix? Also, we can technically have like overloading through the traits. I'm not sure if that's a good idea though. And we don't have the traits yet, anyway. Get at line J into char 2-digit. Yeah, let's do that. Just a small improvement. Anything else we would want to improve in this specific file? Do the other things look good? I mean, one of the things that I don't have right now is I don't have the methods, right? So technically I would want to say that this is over here. This should be line get at I, right? Into digit or whatever. And also, like, should 2-digit then be a method and not a standalone function? And we will literally do it like in Rust, like dot 2-digit, right? Because, like, why do we need to spell char here, right? It's already obvious that it's a char. Unit is blank. Is this is space is punked to lower to upper? Yeah. Just look the list from the standard library. Yeah. How would I even want that? Like, methods and piping into functions is kind of similar, right? Anyway, I'm not doing methods yet. Let's forget that for now. Let's just do chars. Extending char module 2-digit and similar. That should be like pretty easy. I think the only like built-ins into the interpreter though should be you know, there should be function ord, and I'm pretty sure that this one must be implemented in the interpreter, right? Yeah. Char, this returns int 32, right? So in the interpreter, that's going to be char ord. My white space is missing things. F R V. Yeah, because that's even the Lexer cannot do that, I think, right now. /R. Lexer. I think my Lexer after a backslash. Yeah, I only can do double backslash /n and /t. Otherwise, it's incorrect escape character currently. It's okay. We will like improve that in the future, I guess. So yeah, we need to do char ord, and we need to do char. Rust doesn't have the method ord, right? It instead relies on just casting. I mean, there's from U32, I guess. That's what we would do. Convert a U32 to character. By the way, it should be a U32, not an int32, right? I don't have unsigned integers, but it's okay. Digit. Rust chars UTF-8, so yes, 4 bytes. Do you think I should like also say UTF-8? Can we not have like a more generic mechanism for string for chars? Like, is it possible that people will start using like more than 4 bytes for characters? I mean, there's already emojis or stuff, right, which is more than 4 bytes. Something. I don't know. I mean, maybe for now I can just do that. Although, I mean, for now it's going to be what OCaml is doing, which is 1 character is 1 byte, actually. I think, unless maybe I will like actually change the char to be 4 bytes. Yeah, even although Camel thinks that that's something different. But then I will need to like fix all the other things. Like make sure that my strings are also UTF-8. And I will need to store them as like arrays of characters for bytes so that I can index into them if I want to allow indexing. Rust doesn't allow indexing into strings too. I think for now we don't think about these things though too much. Let's do char ord and char from int32. Or like, what is even ord? Why is it called ord? Why is it called ord? Why is ord function called ord in Python, like for example? Ordinal? It's the ordinal value. So then it should be from ordinal, right? The other one. Like, why is the other one is called char then? It's CGR. Because that's character. Like, shouldn't the other one be like then from ordinal? Shouldn't char be called from ord then? Or something? It would be a more descriptive name, right? It's just because of historical consistency, because that's... but what is the historical consistency? Was Python the first language that does that? Not really, right? Like in C, you just cast the things. What about the other languages? How does Haskell do it? The exact same functional names? Like, should I just use the same stuff? I mean, yeah, Python is pretty old. Haskell is pretty old too. But this is what people are used to, right? So do I use the same? It's like weird that, like, because this char is called char, right? But then this is in module char, and so we will be saying something like char.char, right? Is that what I want? You know? And this would be like the character corresponding to this code. Yeah. What do you think? Is it better to do like from ord here instead? You vote from int? But ints can be different, right? It's like, should this one be called toInt then? I mean, that's what I mean, so Rust actually calls this from U32, right? It does not call it char. It calls it from U32. So maybe like that, right? From int U32. The other conversion though in Rust is just done by casting, I think, right? Because there is no, like, there's just from, right, from U32, because not all U32s are actually valid UTF-8 characters, right? So this one actually returns option. And I'm going to panic for now. From int32. I mean, eventually we should have the uint32. Let's just have uint32 and call it uint32 then. But yeah, and this would return the uint32. But for now, I will just say that in the standard library, you know, for now, I will say that uint32 is int32, so that I don't actually implement this thing. But eventually we want this, right? Only Ezra Strauss is yeah, the other way around. You can convert character as a U32. I'm pretty sure, right? Can release a language. Guys, you tried it yet? I mean, it was always like on GitHub. What do you mean released? All right, let's do it really quickly in the interpreter. Natives. Mod string. Oh yeah, we need to have like mod char, because I did not have any native there yet. Ord from uint32. Ord char. Okay, so mod char, we have ord, which takes as an argument the char and returns a uint. I mean, okay, sure, it's an int32 for now. Let character is argument value expect char unwrap, or else error argument must be char ord, and then we just return value int32 char. By the way, the OCaml calls it code. It doesn't call it ord. It doesn't call it ordinal. It calls it code. Maybe like, I like this name actually. So this returns the int from a char. I don't know. And what about char? But the other one is still CTR. I don't know. Char code C. Expect char returns char. Okay, and then we also do the other way around. The from uint. That's going to be that. This is not string get add. This is char ord. Char from uint32. And CWCharT can be 16 or 32 bits implementation defined. Yeah. So we expect int must be int32 char this, but it's char and C int32 int. This is going to be code. I think this could be like code and from code. Like, isn't that better naming? So like OCaml uses code to convert this that way. Like, yeah, I think that's better. Do you guys not agree? From code and code. Or means the ordinal in the encoding code page. Maybe like it's something like if we take a look at UTF-8, like specification or something, right? UTF-8 specification. Encoding standard. Like, does this define names for these things? Like, they also define what a character is technically, right? Character codes are not UTF-8 specific. Well, I mean, is there any standard that is more general than the UTF-8? Like, where they define what a character is? Terminology, right? To pick, push, restore, convert, create, encodings. Scalar value sequence to a byte sequence. Each encoding has a name. Names and labels. Unicode is the general standard. UTF-8 is just one encoding for the Unicode. Yeah. What's the definition of character in Unicode? A Unicode character is basically one abstract symbol the Unicode standard assigns a unique code point to. A number that represents. So they actually call it a code points, right? Or not? Represents a concept, a glyph, a control, a space, or whatever. Link. What is character is actually really complex? Yeah. What is Unicode? More technical. The Unicode standard. Some emojis are made of multiple code points, for example. Yeah, but are emojis characters, right? Like, yeah, there is like code points. It's like, is code point and character the same thing? This thing is not opening. The unicode.org. Uncritical to be multiple code points. So what we refer to as character is the code point, right? Like I'm just like wondering where's the where do I read about what is the thing? Character is ambiguous chunk, grapheme is the whole thing. Code point is the individual one. Alright. I see. Yeah. And node to movie, not mouse tail. Alright, so since it's a code point, like okay, like what is Unicode? Code point. Unicode standard. I don't know, this thing is slow to open. Like, what I'm saying is that should this be, like, is character code and character from code the good thing? Because code is actually the number, right? And character is what that number represents, right? Which is the code point, I guess, in the standard. Right? So we do that then. Char code and char from code. Okay, so now that we have code, we have from code, now we can implement all the other things, right? So for example, we can have 2-digit. So let's do the generic one, which is going to be called 2-digit radix. This is going to take a character and radix, which is integer, I guess. Be a uint here, because it cannot be negative anyway. Like that. Right? So we just say that so code is code C. Code minus code 0. Code 0 is code 0. Like this, right? So we calculate it only once or whatever. The ordinal is Python means index in the code page, list of character like ASCII. Is that the same as the definition of the... I mean, it should be the same, right? This is good enough implementation for now. Like, I mean, no, it's not. Hold on, no. We just say that if, if C is if 0 is less than or equal than C and C is less than or equal than 9, then we return this, right? Otherwise, I return what? Otherwise, if A is less than or equal than C and C is less than or equal than Z, then we return code 0. Also, I kind of want to rename this to code underscore 0. Looks my rename here didn't work. This is because the code doesn't actually work. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Oh, I do have the syntax error here. What's the syntax error? I don't see the syntax error. This closing parenthesis for some reason. Is it because of an end? No. That would make no sense. Wait, now it's the other one that is unexpected. This one in... Yeah, hold on. It is because of the end. What's my priorities of the ends? Syntax. Default rules. End. So the end has priority of 10 and 11, which is higher than the priority of the if, and it should work properly, yeah. Why does it not work? Hello, road GPA, hi. Wait. It's still saying that. Am I a system programmer? What does a system programmer mean? Probably not. I'm not writing operating systems, I guess. Is that what a system programmer is? There's people who are writing operating systems. I don't write operating system, not yet at least. Maybe once my language is done, then we can write operating system using it, but I don't think I will do that. I will probably be doing other things with it instead. I have syntax issue. Let's maybe move this to its own file. Hello, like over here. Cast examples. Hello. Can I do that? So this says this is unexpected. How is that unexpected? Oh, wait. First of all, over here I forgot the then keyword, right? Maybe that's... this one is unexpected. This closing one. Stopping on error. Maybe like I could make my error reporting a little better. So if I remove the ends though, it still doesn't work. Okay, so it's not the ends. Oh wait, now await compiled something. While evaluating apply expression over here, code 0. Oh, this one is not compiled yet. Yeah, that makes sense. This needs to be a let, I guess. Although, yeah, I mean, I should make this work though. Can't find uint32 in scope. Yeah, let's do prelude. Use uint32 too, sure. Okay. So you're saying that this work and then end true. And that stops working? Why does that stop working? Wait, no, it stops working for the same reason. C is less than or equal than 9. How about this? Still cannot just find code in scope. Okay, char code. Right? Check failed. Int 32. I check failed. Int is not. Unit. But this should work. Oh, because I have if without the else here, right? Because else we need to like panic here. Yeah, that makes sense now. World. And C is less than or equal than Z. And return code minus char code A, right? Else if A is less than or equal than C and than Z, then we do this. Otherwise, we do something. Code A and so this should be like plus 10, right? Plus 10. And this should be able to be moved back here. Right? Okay, I don't know what happened. It should have been working immediately. So code A and code capital A is like this and that, right? Two-digit regex. Rust has us std ASCII char. for codes of each char in an enum. Yeah, not going to do that yet. Let's see, char std char 2-digit radix like b I'm not using the radix right now, right? I'm not using the radix. So like, how is the radix even used here? So does it in Rust just like 2-digit radix? A radix here is sometimes also called as base. A radix of 2 indicates the binary number. Yeah, sure. Panics is the given radix smaller than 2 or larger than 36. And it also returns none if it's outside of the radix, right? I should just basically say that. So like in this case, the I should just say that digit is this, right? But then so I return the digit, but if digit is more than or equal than radix, then we also like throw an error, right? You're in code A, etc. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah, it's just so that I don't hard code the actual like number here. I'm not trying to do an enum, but I mean, yeah. Char code. So like over here we should panic, and over here we should panic. And we have a const 2-digit. It's just going to be C into 2-digit radix C10, right? So like by default, we just assume the radix of 10. And then we do the other way, right? So from digit radix is, digit is this, and radix is that. This should return char, right? So we say that let. Well, I mean, wait, hold on. From digit radix. From digit. Like radix is kind of like useless here. It only like says that we should like panic or like return error, right? That's the only reason for radix to be here, right? Just for panicking. Sure. Magic failed. Yeah, so we just say that let D be if digit is less than 10, then from then char from code digit plus code 0, right? Otherwise we say char from code digit plus digit minus 10 plus code should it be capital A? It returns lowercase letters in Rust. Let's do the same. So this is the character, then we just return that. I mean, that is what we return, and we just panic if digit is more than or equal than radix. Then we panic here, right? I want to have a function panic. You know, like, let's have function panic. Digit more than radix. How about that? It's time that I actually have this. Panic. Digit more radix. But I cannot really do the, like I need to actually return it currently. Or something. Like in this case. Panic. Char is not digit. Or less than 2. Or if radix is less than 2, I mean, yeah. If radix is less than 2, or this, right? And over here, same, radix is less than 2, or that. Yeah. Let's see. Use panic. But, like, the problem with panic is that I don't have the never type yet. But we can just make it return anything for now. Right? So we can just say that, we can just say for now that panic is a generic function that takes string and returns like anything, right? Like this, which is not what I want to be my final type here. But we do that for now, right? And I guess this one can be implemented natively, I suppose, for now. In the interpreter. Native panic. You know the joke where the name of the never type comes from? When the name of the never type comes from when it will be stabilized. Yeah, nice. I mean, you can already use it on stable Rust though, in like just not everywhere. You can use it in some places, but not in all places. So it's like semi-stabilized. It's a little weird right now in Rust. Okay, so if I say panic, I could not find panic in scope. Wait, what? Yeah, std prelude panic. It is in the prelude, right? Let's just say non-native. Let's do native. Native panic. Sure. Argument is the result is new not included. Argument is string. Let argument be argument. Away expect string. Fail. I don't want to. I want to actually like raise a panic, I guess. Raise panic. Right? There have been Rust features that were experimental for a very long time, but still got stabilized eventually. Yeah. Was there talks for try catch in Rust since try keyword exists? There's also a yeet keyword in Rust. Yeah. Panic, 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 panic. Panic, 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 panic. Let's see. It's just like I don't actually want my stuff to have the unhandled exception, the interpreter. So it's going to be exception panic of string. That's all. For now, panic. Yeah, actually this should be like match this with some string, then we raise panic. But if it's none, then I should return yeah, but like when I panic, what should actually happen though? Error. What do I do with my interpreter? I mean, no, I do want to crash it. Right? I just don't want to crash the LSP in case I'm doing the panics at compile time. Right? Because that would lead to me crashing the language server. There's a syntax error somewhere. Oh, it's because I misspelled match. And over here, we need to use the thin arrow. Okay. Nice. So I think we just have the handle effects. This is like on the outside. Handle effects. Right? If I have so if I have cast interpreter native panic s, then we should just say log error panic, right? What should this return? Handle effects. Wait, where is this used even? Handle effects. This is only about the effects. So this takes a function that returns a, but where am I actually using it? Because over here we just this function returns unit, so it doesn't matter. And over here we also return unit, so I think I should just say that this is a function returning unit. That should work. So just put this into the log. std panic high. Interpreter no native panic. Hold on. Natives. This should be called panic. std panic. Okay, so now we just set panic, and we also have the stack trace, by the way, which we want, right? So we see the stack trace the offcast code actually, which is nice. Okay. And then we added the char module. Do I want to add anything else to this? So we have from digit radix. I mean, and we also want to say from digit is going to be digit into from digit radix 10, right? Like so. So we say std char from digit no, yeah, from, wait, what? From digit. Yeah, if we have a digit 5, argument must be uint32. What do you mean by that? From code. I mean, yeah. Isn't this an integer? It is an integer, right? So my argument is an integer. Unless, wait, what does this refer to? No, this is this argument. Like I have this code and this code, right? Which is like a little bit weird. This shadows the variable, but we should be able to say like, I don't know. Native from code. Or let's say 2-digit. 2-digit 5. STD char 2-digit 5, 2-digit B. Radix, yeah, that did not work. 2-digit radix B16, right? Yeah, there we go. So like this works. This works, but from digit does not work for some reason. But what's the problem? I mean, I can log what I'm actually getting in this function. Got value print arg, I guess. Oh, error takes a string. Yeah. Let's just say over here make string. Then so I got error. Oh wait, why did I get error though? Wait, what? How did I get error? Where did I get the error from? Can I see here? Let's do dbg print digit. Can I do that? So the digit is 1, right? So I'm getting here. Okay, and how about if I print this? Because that's my argument, right? And this is error. Okay. Wait, hold on. What? What about code 0 itself? Code 0 is error, which means that's why it's being propagated. But if I get the error, why is there no logs about that? At compile time, because that's weird. So like it cannot evaluate this because it's a const. And this is a binding or something. Yeah, that makes sense a little bit. Like, I actually need these to be lets then. It doesn't matter right now, but I need to fix my stuff. I guess for now we can make this all just runtime things. Right? So this works. Yeah, there we go. Fine. But it should have said something. From digit 10, that's going to panic. Okay. I don't think that when I'm panicking though that I want to exit the REPL, you know. So how about if I'm doing the REPL, interpreter CLI. Yes, over here I'm having the REPL, right? And I'm just going to evaluate this. But then I'm going to say that like try this with interpreter panic string, then we just panic, right? That's what we are going to say. Can I do it with red? Would be nice too. STD panic yo, panic yo, and then we can keep going, right? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Major Who, hello, and C Program Lover, welcome back. All right, I'm just improving the language. I introduced the panic, extending the character module. I'm going to maybe it's time for us to switch back to the advent of code. Panic and extended char. Or let's go back to advent of code. It's like this should work. Also, I had like to do panic, right? Like over here, for example, like this. This is going to be panic now, right? Panic, expected L or R, right? And then my Australian. No, I'm not Australian. Is that the only place? I think I have this in the standard library actually to do panic. Yeah, over here in the trip. Yeah. That's fine. I'll change that later. What does the triangle mean? The triangle where? Oh, in the code? Like this triangle? This is a function and this is the argument. And you are piping the argument into the function. You can do it in any direction. It's a pipe like in Bash, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, the two pipes in two directions. Although normally if you pipe something, then you will just pipe the argument from left to right. But sometimes it's useful to pipe from right to left too, just to have different, like, because of the priorities. Because priority of the normal function application and the piping is different. Okay, let's see, day 3. Should be standard. Yeah, it's a nice thing. By VS Code when VS Codium. VS Codium doesn't support some of the plugins. I'm not sure. Maybe I could just use VS Codium. I don't know. The one plugin though that I do use sometimes that is not supported in VS Codium is the SSH. So you cannot work over SSH in VS Codium, I'm pretty sure. This was running pretty long time. Did I change something? Well, I mean, I did change. I changed the get at and char to digit. And previously, we had a string to int32, which was a different implementation, and substring. So this one actually was working faster than that. It was like 15 seconds previously, right? Because 2-digit is like piping to a function. I mean, there's a lot of code here, I suppose. Because of the panicking. Like, if I don't check for panicking, that would be like faster. You can work over SSH, but it's a different plugin, slightly convoluted, since the SSH bit in VS Code is not open sourced, so there is an alternate implementation. I see. My idea for throw-in exceptions was rejected. Good, exceptions bad, just like optical media bad. No. The idea of Veldec was to use the throw-in emoji for throwing exceptions. I still am going to have exceptions, but they're going to be checked exceptions through the effect system. So it's not unchecked exceptions. So it's good. Unchecked exceptions are bad. Checked exceptions, good. Effect system, good. When it's in the type system. Effect system, like in OCaml, when it's only in the runtime, makes it very easy to miss it, and that's bad. Yes. But for now, I'm doing the same, where like we just. Yeah. What am I trying to do anyway? So we have this day 3, right? And we want to implement part 2. So what is part 2? I didn't even read it, right? Let's see. 2S, the escalator doesn't move. The elf explains that it probably needs more joltage to overcome the static friction of the system and hits the big red joltage to the limit safety override button. You lose count of the number of times she needs to confirm, yes, I'm sure, and decorate the lobby a bit while you wait. Now you need to make the largest joltage by turning on exactly 12 batteries within each bank. The joltage output for the bank is still the number formed by the digits of the batteries you have turned on. The only difference is that now there will be 12 digits on each bank's joltage output instead of 2. Consider again this thing. Oh no, do they want me to do dynamic programming, or is there like something simpler solution to this? I mean, it's yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a very simple case of dynamic programming, I guess. Hello, can you briefly talk about the language? Hi. Yeah, my language is called Cast. We have a website like this, where you can look it up a little bit yourself, even though some information here is outdated. But basically, I'm trying to make a language for myself so that I'll actually like it, because I hate all the languages. There are, I don't know what, like it's supposed to be a high-level language and a low-level language, but I'm focusing on the high-level bits first. But it's something like similar to Rust, but like in the sense that it's both high-level and low-level. You know, but I want to have even more higher level like abstractions than Rust supports, and I want like the borrow checker to be to be better, and like all of the things, you know. So yeah, I don't know. And like the macros from Rust are also implemented differently, so they are like easier to write, easier to use, and they are more powerful at the same time. I don't know, there's like a lot. It's a very overscoped project. It's a huge thing, so I don't know if I will ever actually finish it. But you know, I'm getting there. I have the language server. I can write Adventive code, and you know, I mean, for now it's just a language, just like a normal programming language, I guess. Like right now, it is very similar to I don't know what is it similar to? I don't know, like what is it similar to currently in this current state? I don't know. It's like kind of an impure functional language at the moment, I guess. Garbage collected and stuff. But that's just a temporary implementation. There is a greedy Soln. What does that even mean? What is Soln? Oh, greedy solution. Greedy solution here. Okay. Does the greedy solution actually work though? Like, what do you go for? Like, for the biggest digit? And then you get like the next biggest digit? Like, there's still some brute forcing then, like, you need to like go over different things. You're trying to solve the Adventive code in different languages every day. Would love to try cast someday. I mean, you can try it, but like, as you can see, I'm implementing the standard library, right, as I'm going, so there are some things that are missing in the language. Right, so maybe like next year or at the end of this Adventive code is going to be like good enough for the Adventive code, because I'm going to solve all of it. But yeah, I'll probably need to like write a better getting started tutorial or something. Actually publish my VS Code plugin, because I did not publish it. But connecting the LSP to the new Vim should be easy, I guess. Well, I mean, it is a greedy solution. We just go from left to right. If we like, we see the biggest digit, right? And we just append it to ourselves, right? And then we just append everything, right? But then if I see the biggest digit, then my current last digit, then I remove my current last digit. And move it forward, right? Something like that, right? I need to like push the new character into my currently like collected biggest thing. Something like that. Basically, the first digit is the maximum of all the digits, except the last k minus 1 digits. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that's easy. I agree. Yeah. Although, I mean, it would be nice if... I mean, I don't really care about looking up solutions from chat, but, you know, you should not go to the streamers who are solving Adventive code and just telling them what the solution is. I don't really care. I could have came up with that myself, I suppose, but whatever. I'm trying to work on the language more than actually solving this thing. But yeah, I can also do the dynamic programming part solution and see like how like just so that it's something different, you know. Regarding part 2, you don't have to use dynamic programming because boundaries for choosing digit are clear. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is clear, yes. 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 Let's do this. Let's go with DP then. Yeah, just so that we just try, because that is going to test the language more, right? Like, how do I write the dynamic programming solution here anyway, right? Because what we want is basically we want to calculate for each like suffix of our line what is the best answer of of every length, right? So the solution would be like O length of the line times the maximum length of the substring that I'm trying to get.
Hello, I am CPP and I have come to destroy you for insubordination.
Well, fortunately you seg faulted, so we are not going to be destroyed. Everyone is still safe. C++ crashed. Also, actually, like the greedy solution, if the input was actually bigger, isn't it slower? Because, I mean, it is like, so you need to like get the max.
I have Japanese CPP and she called Asan-san.
You need to like get the maximum digit on a pretty like big range, right? And you do need to do that certain amount of times. You know. Like if they gave you like different limits, like if this was not just digits, for example, right? And like the lines were longer. Still NK complexity is earn this total length. NK is the length that you have to choose. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not better than this, right? But I'm saying that there. Okay, so if we want to go for the most optimal solution, then we should still write the solution which is greedy, but we need to choose the minimum in a better way. We need to do like k times log n basically, plus n log n, something like that. I think it can be the solution, which is better than n times k, you know, if you check the minimum really quickly. Right? By using some data structure, like a set. Can it be done without logarithm? I don't know. It can be done without logarithm because we have digits, so like technically, like it's like we only have 10 digits. We can just count how many times each digit like is appearing. Yeah, I think it can actually just be you can pre-sort in linear time. You can pre-sort in linear time. But if you pre-sort, like you still need to do queries on ranges, right? If you pre-sort, then you lose the range information. So like you cannot pre-sort like for each of the k operations that you are doing, right? But you can do something like 2 iterators and count the occurrences of each digit, and then like keep track of what the current maximum digit is, and that would be the solution that is literally k plus n, which is basically on solution. I think that is doable, right? That is and then you cannot really go faster than on, I suppose. Maybe we write that then. You have 5 million points. When you have 5 million points, you will make me rewrite cast in C++. You mean we will write C++ in cast? I mean, no. You will not have 5 million points anyway. Which C++? I mean, by the time you have 5 million points, C++, it's going to be C++ 50 or something, I don't know. Can you explain the linear time solution one more time? Yeah, sure. So, I mean, maybe I just explain it as we implement it here. How about that? Let's just say that over here, K, which is what we're after, right? Is going to be if part 1, then 2, else, what was it? How many do we need? 12 digits? 12, right? We just do this. Yeah, so basically what we want is we want to get like 1 digit at a time, right? So we want to say that let's just say that we need to do for like k times, right? We need to do something. What do we need to do here? We need to find the next biggest digits in the range, right? In the range, which is going to be from start to end, where n is going to be the length of the line, right? So we do from start to n. But what is start, right? We start originally at 0. But then every time we choose, right? So this is our range, right? Then we need to find minimum, right? Find the maximum, right? So so the next digit is going to be, you know, maximum in range, right? Where we will have some implementation here, and then we will say that, you know, so this like line answer, right? We just say that line answer is line answer times 10 plus next digit. Answer plus equal line answer, right? So this is the solution. This is the greedy solution, right? So this already has this is just okay currently, right? Times implementation of the max in range, right? But if we implement max in range using like I just suggest implementing maximum in range, so that like we already know it, because the range that we need, the end of the range, by the way, is n minus current index, right? N minus k plus I, something like this, right? This is our current end. N minus k plus 1 I plus 1, right? Something like this. So this thing is just increasing, right? So the right start of the right end of the range is only increasing. The left end of the range is also going to be only increasing, because we are going to say that this is going to be the new start, right? When I'm getting the maximum in range, we will also need to know the index of it, right? And so the next digit what we're looking for is going to have to be to the right of the first digit, right? Yes, so so this one is moving to the right, this one is moving to the right, so we can do the two iterators. We can have the two iterators, right? And we just basically, so that's our range. It's just moving like this with two iterators, right? And we need to know what is the maximum in that range. And in order to do that, we can just keep the count of every digit in the range, right? Every time we move the iterator, we change the count of the digit in the position where we moved, right? And then we can just know the current maximum in that range instantly. You know, so the both iterators, they will do at most n operations, and the max in range operation itself is going to be O1, which means that the solution is going to be ON, right? Does that make sense? Oh, why is my LSP crashing? Because it is leaking memory right now. I am limiting its memory to 1 GB, and once exceeding it, I am crashing it over here. I need to fix the memory leak, then it's going to stop doing it. I need to figure out why. We can give it like, let's give it 10 GB, fine. It will crash a little less often, I guess. If I do that. Maybe not. Let's keep it 1 GB. I will just fix it at some point. So does that make sense? The solution that I just said, why is it linear? I mean, like you also need to get the current. You need to not only know the maximum, right? You also need to know the position of the maximum, which means you also need to get the positions of all the different characters, which means that for each digit, we are also going to have a linked lists. We're also going to maintain a linked list of all of the positions in which that digit currently appears in the range. But that is still linear. Right? I forgot you can pre-fill Fenwick tree in ON. Makes sense. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, but like... wait, pre-fill Fenwick tree in ON. But querying the Fenwick tree would still be logarithmic, right? You can pre-fill it in ON, yes. But querying will still be logarithmic. And in this case, it is... So in case the k would be like really big, it would still be k times log n with the Fenwick tree, I guess. But and yeah, it's basically, but it's like but my solution is not even doing the Fenwick tree, so my solution is going to be n literally. So the Fenwick tree is still worse in case k is equal to n, I guess. But you can also, I guess you can always like yeah, I don't know if you can do the inverse solution if k is more than n divided by 2. I don't know if that even helps. And even if it does, I mean, yeah, if k is equal to n divided by 2, then that is still, the logarithm is still going to be bigger than 2, so that is still has bigger complexity, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. So we do max in range. Max in range. Let's see. So and to move the start, right, I need to yeah, I need to move start. No, I don't move start. I only move start to a new start. That's what I need. And then over here, I'm going to move end to this. Right? So this is my second iterator, this is my first iterator. And we will start just at an empty one because it's just going to be moved automatically anyway. I'd rather use CLang than touch MinGW. MinGW in Spain. I don't know. I didn't do as much C++. I was using MinGW and it was okay. I don't remember any pain there. I mean, C++ is pain in general, but other than that, I don't remember any compiler-specific pain. All right. Let's not be rude in chat, right? Okay. Yeah, so I need to have two functions. Move end to index and move start to index, right? I will, let's just say this. What's cast type system looks like when you have time. I mean, we have functions, we have like basic types, we have tuples. Like this over here, this is the function that takes two arguments, so its argument is just a tuple of two types, right? Something similar, something simple like that. Also, we have the generics, like over here, the dbg print is a generic function that takes any type t, but yeah, I don't know, like just a normal type system, I guess. But I don't know. Dependent types context, algebraic effects. I don't have the dependent types yet though, so we should not like. I mean, yeah, the plan is to maybe have the dependent types, yes, and like the effect system and stuff. But that's the plan. Yeah, it's the plan. But I mean, already, like right now, it's like a normal programming language already, kind of, right? Not using cast without contexts? Yeah, probably you should not. What do you think is the worst part of C++ besides the worst thing about C++? What do you mean besides the worst thing about C++? You mean like besides it's being C++? I mean, I don't know. What's the worst part of C++? I don't know. That's it's a question. There's a lot of bad parts, but which one of them is the worst? I don't know. Which one? Which one? You'll definitely try out cast tomorrow. Feel free to ask questions, I guess, or something. Like, I don't have the guide right now. The stuff on the website is outdated a little bit. This is different syntax than I actually have in the language, you know, currently. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can take a look at the current code, take a look at the standard library. The only way to use LSP right now is to install the extension locally if you want to use VS Code. For the other editors, you can just attach the LSP, but I have not written the guide for doing that. You can also try it on the playground, I guess. We have the playground, which is supposed to be working. So you just do this stuff on the web, and it's also should be working here, right? Here's some random code that I had. But it's not ready yet, so like, yeah, you know. You want to try it for the advent of code? I don't know if that's a good idea yet. All right, let's see. Max in range, right? We have move to start. Maximum in range. So like, hold on. I want to have like a data structure, right? We want to have a data structure. So like, you know, like, what do I call it? Data? Sure, let's call it data. So this is going to be a thing where we have this, and we have a max in range. Something like that. So we will say over here, data. Type check failed. Oh yeah, because this is a unit. It should be underscore here. There we go. So we can like we can do that. Sure. Okay. So what do we store inside here, right? First, I need to store the current start is going to be 0. The current end is going to be 0, right? What else do we store? I need for every digit. And for every digit to know the all of its positions, right? So we need to have positions by digit, right? Positions by digit, and this one is going to be a list. We don't have lists right now, so we will mimic that with trips. Let's say that list is SD collections trip for now. So collections by digit is list. How performant is cast? Is it at least as fast as Java? No, it's really slow currently. It will be faster than Java though, once it's done, but it's not done yet. Right now I have the interpreter. It is slower than Python. It is really slow right now. Okay, but the plan is to compile it eventually. The plan is to be faster than C++, yes. So positions by digit has the type list of positions, and every position is also just a list of the indices, so integers, right? Something like that is what I want. Our finish slow, but it's very powerful apparently. Yeah, well, yeah, so my goal is to be both faster than C++ and more powerful than whatever language you think is powerful, I guess. It's going to be the language, right? Okay, so we start by list create here. We create an empty one, but then I want, so we only have 10 digits, right? So we save for this in 0 to 10. Positions by digit is positions by digit list merge this, and yeah, this could be like improved maybe if I had like some proper stuff. But I'm going to add the thing, so list singleton using list create, right? Something like this. So that initializes 10 positions in this list, which with empty lists. Good evening. That will be hard. It is not easy to create a language faster than C++. Isn't it one of the top 3 fastest languages? Yeah. It is. It is really fast. For sure. Comma here. There is something wrong with the syntax. Unhandled await compiled. That makes sense. That's because I use this underscore here, right? Let's do 0 and 0. Okay, so we have positions by digit, right? And also we want the current well, I mean, we can say ON times 10, or we can do truly linear solution by also having the linked lists of all non-empty digits, right? That we have, right? So non-empty digits is just going to be another list. This. So these are supposed to be like linked lists. So the operations are supposed to be like constant time. If you don't mind, can I get to know your name in case we meet at some conference in the future? I don't think we are going to meet in the conference. I don't like doing conferences anyway. And yeah, no, I'm not doing conferences. I'm not someone with doing like the I don't know. I'm like there. I don't see myself being in a conference. All right, I'm not in the circles of like I'm not in academia or something. Right, I'm making a language because that's just my hobby. You know, I don't know like much theory. And yeah. I'm just doing the things like by intuition, I guess, or something. Yeah, also I'm Russian, and like I mean, this doesn't really like prevent me from going to conferences, I suppose, but there are complications. There are unhandled effect while doing std string f line. I'm trying to infer variable which is not inferred yet. Somewhere. Something is not inferred. But I don't see it in my thing. Let me try to comment this. And let me try to comment that and see if it works. That works, okay. Is something here not working? Yes. What is not working? Something here is not working. List create. This doesn't work. This doesn't work because you cannot infer the type here, right? Wait, I cannot even go to the definition. The LSP is also acting weird. Yeah, it cannot infer something. If I comment this line, it should be fine though, right? Yes. Positions by digit, list of integers. What is wrong here? What about these other parts? Like I can hover that and that. What if I comment this line? Then I can hover this too. There's something really wrong. Is it because that's a module? I don't think so. Is it because of that? No, it's because of list create, I suppose then. Yes, list create is breaking stuff here. So we say list create. It's supposed to be a function that exists in the list. Right? This is a generic function. I can say create underscore here explicitly, maybe. Is that going to help? It should not be helping, because that's the same thing. I can say list create list t int32. Let's try that. That also doesn't work. Something is wrong. My language does not work. Await compiled. Oh wait, await compiled. Yeah, the function is not compiled. This function is not compiled. Why is this function not compiled though? Yeah. The function is not compiled. That makes sense. This function that is the argument to the lines. And it's not compiled when I do this. Why? Why is it not compiled? I think that does not make a lot of sense to me currently. Or what if I say std collections list? That's the same. Is it because, so this is a module. If I change this to be not the module, it's going to work. Okay. So what the module means is it introduces the recursive scope where I can refer to the symbols, you know? And it also returns like this struct with every variable being a field. So why would it not be compiled though? Maybe I should try a simpler example. Let's try go back to the actual language. Hello world. Let's change hello world to be something like this. I want to call a function that returns a module. Let x be 1 to 3, right? And then I want to like call this function immediately, something like this, JavaScript style, right? Then we say cast examples hello, right? I mean that works. Cast eval, right? So this is going to be x is 1 to 3. Okay, but that's because I am not calling a different function here, right? Specifically std collections trip create, right? That's what we are doing. So if I do this, then it's going to say that I have await compiled, which is not being catched. Yes. Because it's supposed to be not awaitable when I'm trying to evaluate it. So when I'm trying to evaluate it, the function supposed to be compiled, basically, right? But it's not. Why? Because it's waiting for. Okay, let's just say foo here, right? Foo is a function, and it doesn't exist, right? But it is basically what happens is it's waiting for foo to be found, right? I'm doing symbol lookup asynchronously, and that's why this is await compiled. So this doesn't work. And then like in general, if I say x is equal to foo, that's the same thing, right? It doesn't matter. Let x be y, right? That's something that doesn't work, because what it's doing is it's trying to look this symbol up. If I say that this is the entirety of my code, then it's going to say that it cannot find this symbol, right? But it's not saying that when I am inside of this function for some reason. I was AFK. Did you do part 2 yet? No, I was like trying to do the smart solution, which is linear, but then I found a bug in my language, I guess. We can do like the stupid solution, of course, which is like just trying to do that. I mean, you know what? Let's solve it first. Let's solve it first, and then do the better solution, right? Yeah, sure. How do I do that though? I mean, I guess I can do it without modules, actually. You know what? Yeah, we can do that without modules. Let's say this. I'm just going to instead, you know, return. I'm going to return move start to and move end to and max in range. Max in range. So let's just do it simply for now, right? I'm just going to say that over here, that current start is equal to I, and over here that current end is equal to I, and then when we do max in range, I'm just going to implement it something like this. Let max index and max value be equal to -1 and -1, right? We cannot do -1, by the way. We can I mean, I can do -1 by doing this. Maybe that's another thing that I could improve in the language today. We'll see. Do a unary operator. I guess I don't need the parentheses here. So we do this, and then we say that so this should return index and value, right? And over here we say that index is new start and value is next digit, like that, you know. Yeah, sure. So over here we just say for I in current start to current end, if so yeah, value is string get at line I char 2-digit, right? And then if value is more than max value, then max value is value and max index is index, right? And then we just return index is max index and value is max value, something like that. So this should be the n times k solution. A language server crashed. But other than that, I think it should be working. Stopping on error. Type check failed. It's not an integer. What is not an integer? And why is my error pointing to this over here? Unit is not an integer. Okay, we need to find the type to the typing issue. Why am I using a language server? Why would I not be using a language server? I'm working on part 2. Part 1 is already solved. Using a language server is better than not using a language server. Like, I can go to definition, I can rename things, right? Like, how do you do that without a language server? I mean, you can do it without a language server, but it's becoming, but it is very, very, very annoying to do on, especially on the bigger project. Pum 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 pum. N K. Oh, K. Wait. It's because K is this. Why is K inferred to be a unit? That makes no sense. Because this over here is a unit. Wait, what? This over here makes no sense, right? That makes no sense. Now it is an integer. It's because I'm using K in some other place. Let's look at the usages of this thing. I'm using it over here, I'm using it over here, and I'm using it there. But if I'm using it only in these 3 places, that's another thing that an LSP is allowing me to do, right? Find all of the usages of a variable. Why? What if I say over here n? Then k is an integer now, right? But if I do this, then k is a unit. Okay, something is wrong here. Oh wait, maybe the priorities. Wait, maybe it's the priorities. The what should even be the priority, like of the pipe operator? Basically, if I do the parentheses here, it should work, right? Yeah. Because my pipe default rules, my pipe has priority of 20, which is higher than the priority of the math operators. But is that how it's supposed to be? What about how are the other languages with pipes do that? I feel like it should be... It should be definitely higher priority than the comparison operators, but I'm not sure about the math. But like, the idea, I guess, is that the pipe operator is similar to calling a method, right? So we say like object, and we pipe it into a method. And that should be higher priority than the math for sure. Maybe I keep it as is. Okay, let's try running this. 365. Is that the correct answer for the part 1? No, it's not. For this one, the answer is 99. Okay, I guess 99 is not the correct answer here, right? The answer for this one should be 98. Line answer. Move start to this, move end. Maybe I'm... yeah, okay. It makes sense. We need to move start to new start +1. That's why. That's why. Because we need to not consider the digit that we select first as... because we already used it, right? Type check failed. What did I do? This. My LSP is not reporting this as error though, because it's reporting it in the other file. But yeah, I need to like figure out how to report that better. 357. Okay, so now we do this, and then we do this part 2, which is going to be negative. Oh wait, because now we have 16 digits. This needs to be in 64s. This is annoying. This is annoying. I don't have the ability yet to do the int64 without like it being annoying, unfortunately. Okay, but maybe okay, then I do this right now. That is more important. But basically, when I see 0, you need casts. Yeah, I could have casts. I mean, I can have a cast, yes, you're right. But how do I implement the casts? That's another question, you know? Like, but the problem is that right now when I see 0 in code, this is like inferred to be an integer 32-bit. But in this case, this 10, this should be the int 64. And I mean, yes, I do need the casts anyway. Right? This over here, this is the thing that needs to be casted. This 10 and this next digit. This should be an integer 32 still, right? Probably. You know what? Yeah, let's do this as int 64. Fine. But we will do it in a hacky way for now. And as int 64, as int 64. Let's do that. Let's do Let's do that. To do move to language, right? We have syntax, syntax as, you know, syntax as. Let's take a look at the priorities again here. It should be like really high priority, right? The as operator, what should it be? Should be really high. It should be lower than the dot though. And lower than instantiating generics. But should it be higher than the variant? That's the only question. Is that syntax a macro definition of custom syntax? Yeah. That's exactly what it is. We can define custom syntax and we will implement it using a macro. I mean, add syntax is just the definition of the syntax, and then you need to implement the syntax too. So like what it expands into. So I need to like come up with a priority. This is the thing. And also this syntax definition includes right now this like white spaces. This is about the formatting, so that the formatter knows how to format the custom syntax. I will maybe like decouple this thing later. But basically we say, you know, like value as type, right? Something like that is what we want. And then we implement syntax value as type to be replaced with this. So this over here, this is a backtick. This introduces a quote which creates an AST. So this is literally what macros are. We have the value as an AST, and we'll have a type as also another AST. And I cannot use type here because it's the syntax, the keyword. So I need to use the row identifier here. But yeah, I guess I can use like tie here or whatever. Doesn't really matter. These names don't need to match. So then we just say that this, for now, I'm going to say that this is an int64. Is that the Zig style row identifier? Yes. Yes, Zig style row identifier, exactly. I guess we just assume that this is int32 to int64 for now. So so it's going to be just something like this. String to int64, int32 to string value. Right, I'm going to ignore the type here, and this should be like escaped like this with a dollar. That's terrible. What I mean, this implementation of the casting, this is just temporary, so that it works for my use case. Like, I write this code right now, right? But yeah, I guess I can like at least make the assertion that this has the type, which is type, right? Like so. That's horrifying. It's okay for now, right? We just implement it temporarily to write this code. Fatal error. Type check-in. int32 is not int64. Okay. Yeah, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, because I know now. Wait, what? No. Line answer. I need to say that line answer by originally this over here is also and int64, right? There's still more. Hold on. Line answer. Answer plus equal. Yes. So we need answer also to be an int64. Yeah, my error reporting could be improved. Okay, there you go. Is this the correct answer for this? 3, 1, 2, 1, 9, 10, 7, 7, 86, 19. Yeah. So we do this, and then we do for the actual input. Right. And then there you go. This was actually really quick. Let's submit this. This is not the right answer. Beautiful. Okay. What's wrong? Wait, this one is negative. That's why it's wrong. Because it's an empty string here. I have the last line which is empty. I need to like I need to not count the empty lines, right? And say that yeah, for empty line we have like this over here is negative and like it's all weird, right? I need to say that does this syntax definition carry over to the other source file? Or is it a situation where it needs to be referenced? It will need to be referenced. Right now, I don't have the way to make it go to another file, but it's supposed to be able to be imported. Also, it's not even like about the current file. This is about the scope. So I can define the syntax, for example, over here, and outside of this scope, I will not be able to use it, right? So it's very local. But you will be able to import it similarly to how you import the files, which, by the way, this should be an import, not include, but this is also temporary, you know? And like also, this is supposed to also be used where you can like basically use all of the new syntax rules instead of the old syntax rules, which will allow you to embed other languages in the current language. For example, to like you know how inside of HTML you can write JavaScript, and inside, I don't know, inside some languages you can write regexes, and inside like, I don't know, and you can like do some SQL inside of your code, right? And you can have this all being like parsed and formatted and like all of that stuff, you know? That's the idea. But like importing it is not implemented yet. Empty line. Empty line means that I will need to return from a function. Inside the function HTML, you can write JavaScript. And inside JSX, you can write HTML. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of similar things. And yeah, and like I said, SQL is another like popular stuff to write inside your code. But normally you just write SQL like inside the strings. But I think it would be really nice if you did not need to like just do strings, you know? Even although you can have like strings be parsed at compile time using compile time evaluation and stuff, having it as an actual syntax. So we do syntax highlighting for it, we do formatting for it, we do like all the other stuff. It would be a lot better, I think. You can see how you would write a file that only has syntax definitions and uses a portable library for cast. I think like also like basically the standard syntax is something that is literally a library. That's how it's going to be, yes. Some IDEs can do syntax highlighting for SQL strings already, like JetBrains IDE. Yeah, can they format inside there? Can you hover stuff and look at the types? Because that's also something that I want to do, so that you can like hover on your things, and it will like let you know what you know, what stuff, right? You can, yeah, yes you can. Yeah, but is it like hard coded just for the Java specifically? Because like, I don't know, like I'm not even sure that you can do it in Java like properly. Like, you know how in Rust you have SQLX, which basically connects to the database at compile time to type check your SQL. Right? I'm pretty sure that the JetBrains IDE will not do that for you. But to get the SQL completion, you need to link to data grip though. So which is like something similar, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But this is like a cleaner general solution, I think, what I am planning to do. How do I do this here? I need to say that if n is 0, then I need to return, but how do I return? I don't have returns right now. But there's another question, how do we implement it even? Returning is easy to implement. But the question is, how does return work with closures? You know, because I'm not sure if I want the returns, just return from the closest closure always. Does it return from the closures in all the languages or not? Because I heard that like Kotlin, for example, right? Kotlin return. I think that's not how it works in Kotlin. Like you can return from the outer function, right? You can break the loops like this. You can qualify break with a label. So basically we have something like this, which is how we can implement the returns. We can return to labels to return to the caller of lambda. Okay, but so if you don't qualify it, then it returns to the lambda itself. You don't like that? You don't like the tagged returns? Like basically, think about it something like this. When you write a function, right, you have a list. And then you say like list map function like x, then you know, if x like is like less than 0, then return like error or whatever. And well, like this return, I want sometimes to return from this closure to the outer function. You know, I have the function like f, you know, which is doing something like this. So like sometimes I want this to actually return from the outer function, not from this function. This is a big pain point in Rust, in my opinion, that you cannot do that. We can do that with labeled stuff, of course. Have you heard of continuation calling style? Yeah, yes, I know. But what's the point of closures being functions then? Because you can call them. That's the point. It's an object that you can call, right? But returning means not just returning from the current function, but also to like the outer function. So like we can have this over here have a function keyword, for example, and return will only return to the functions that are like having this keyword, for example. So to do that with some kind of context that would work similar to the map m. Yes, but do you want the? I think we still want this to be like visible in the syntax, like very similarly to how I am implementing the breaks right now from the loops in the same way, right? So like I think if you see break in code which is not labeled, right, and like I mean, basically, when you see a break in code, then you should be able to see the loop itself. I think that makes sense, right? That does mean that if you call a closure, control might never return to you, and programmers need to be aware of that for cleanup. Yeah, I know. But what's your point? Continuation passing style is how I'm going to implement the language under the hood, because of that's how you do async stuff basically. But it will be basically so that not that you might never return, but you will actually never return, because you only use continuation passing style. So it's not something can happen and the other thing can happen. It's like only one thing. Just had a flashback of model type theory. What? That's a scary word that you typed in chat there. What about a multimodal type theory? Or is that what you're referring to? I wished you could return from the outer function as a closure before. I don't think it's such a weird idea, but it doesn't create a lot of weird edge cases. Yeah. I guess. Well, I mean, the idea is that it will still be enforced through the, like, because it basically the underlying mechanism for return is the effect system, right? The returns are also like pretty bad for like, because like you need to keep track of your resources in a language with like linear types or like affine types, like in Rust, right? So yeah, it's like there's a lot of things to consider in general when doing things like that. This is, yeah. And I guess by making it more local to just the current like closure, it makes it a little easier to reason about it. But we are planning to have the context system anyway, which is supposed to take care of making this safe, you know. Are you going to add long jumps too? I don't remember what's long jump exactly. How is it different from a normal jump? Isn't there like I don't remember what's the difference. Jumping between functions. Well, I mean, you mean like as a feature in the language or as an implementation of the language itself? Do you want to be able to jump between functions like when writing the code in this language? Is there an example? Or like you mean jumping between functions? I mean, so the function, so basically like long jumps are the basics for exceptions. I mean, there are different ways to implement exceptions, I guess. It doesn't need to be. But yeah, I guess. Says jump in C. I'm not using C, you know? I don't know. What do you use it for? Okay, let's look it up. Set jump. Set jump. Long jump performing and long local go to. And then local go to. No, that's no. It's not exactly like that. No. I don't think I want to expose this functionality. What do you even use this for? Well, I mean, like, it's because C doesn't have these other like mechanisms for. Like, I feel like this is going to be the implementation detail of my language, but I don't think it should be exposed to the user. Predetermined location in another function. Yeah, no. Return through multiple functions feels like a long jump. It's not exactly a long jump because, like, again, it's like you also need to unwind the stack at the same time. You need to Well, I mean, you don't need to unwind the stack really. You can do it just as a long jump in case your language is... I mean, even if it's garbage collected, you still need to like say that all of the local variables are no longer like accessible or something, right? So you still need to clean up after yourself, even if you're performing the exit out of the function, even you're exiting to the outer function. You still need to exit the current function, clean up after yourself, and then exit to the other function, no? Like, how otherwise do you clean up? So even if, even although this thing is going to say return from the outer function, it is still going to first return from the current function and then return like further, you know? Because of the, there's some cleanup code that needs to run. And not every target will support long jumps too, yeah. Anyway, we can basically do this. You know, if this is like a function, we can say this. Here's the idea. Let's see if I want that or not. Seven. So we have a function keyword followed by followed by the definition. I mean, I think just like that. We can do that. 7, and then it's not 7. It needs to be smaller. 6.5. Something like function f is going to be unwindable current function. No, that's not what I want. I'll need to like rewrite it a little bit. So we have function argument arrow body, then after all function f argument into body, and then we say argument into unwindable current function, be like this. What if it's inside a function that returns int? Well, for now, let's say that it returns... Well, I mean, yeah, sure, it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter. We can make both work. What are you saying? Trying to compile error node. Going to make this in parentheses? No? What are you saying? Why is body purple? Unexpected body identifier over here. Return types, return calls amount. No, I don't think we need to specify the return calls amount. No. We return to the one that is like that is returnable, right? So, but for example, in OCaml you don't have returns, right? But in OCaml you introduce a return by doing this. Look, I'm using this in my code right now with return, right? So in OCaml your functions, they don't have the returns, but then you introduce the return by doing this. Right? Maybe that's what I should call it, like with return. And then when we say actually return over here, this returns to like this function, you know, and not to this function, right? So over here I'm returning from the outer function. That's what it looks like in OCaml for me. It's a little bit too verbose though, because I need to like do stuff. But with the syntax sugar, I can make it easier. Let's call it with return. Sure. I don't know. Let's do it with a return for now. But what's wrong with my syntax? Unexpected body. Oh, because it's in parentheses, that's why. That makes sense. Because it became a keyword. So over here we say with return, basically, and over here we will be able to be returning, and then we will have the syntax to actually perform the return, right? There is going to be return with and return without value. So just return without value, I guess, and then we implement return value as basically unwind returnable value, and then syntax return with value is return value like this. So if I return without a value, then we just return the unit. That's the only difference, right? Unexpected return here. Yeah, and the priority here should be pretty big. Something similar to unwinding, I guess, 60. There you go. So this should work because value, by the way, should be dollar value. Okay, is this the correct answer? This is the correct answer. So I did solve the part 2, right? So I didn't solve it in the the linear stuff. We still have a couple bugs. Maybe this is nice. Like, this is explicit, right? We have with return and we have return, right? Yeah, so how we could also use this, let's say that I can do a function, you know, like with return. With return creates a function, right? Basically, yeah. But we can also wait. Maybe like with return. It's just like a special casing of unwinding, right? So we can just say maybe we instead say not line into with return, but we say line into with return like this. You know, maybe that makes a little bit more sense to have it over here. So like this is basically like a block which we can return from, and we can use the like with returns for any blocks, not necessarily for functions, right? So with return is just this, and then body, and that's it. You know, and then with return body is just this stuff. You know, and then it should have a little bit of a different priority. What should be the priority? Maybe like similar to the unwindable. I mean 60 basically, yeah, 60 here too then. Yeah, does that make more sense? So we create a function and then we allowing returning from this function. But we can also return from any other block this way easily, you know? So we say like with return, you know, for I in 0 to 10, you know, if I is equal to 5, then return, right? and then we say like dbg print I. Return, wait, why does that not work? Are macros hygienic right now? No, they are not. They are not, which is why this implementation works, by the way. It should not work. I should do it instead using the context system, which is how I did the loops. Let me show you here. Syntax, right? So the loops, instead, we do this. We do like comp time context. The loop block is equal to this block. So, and this one is supposed to work with even hygienic macros. So we just do the same. It's just a compile time context, the current loop block, and the current like returnable block, I suppose, right? If you ever add sort into the standard library, what algorithm would you do? I mean, the standard library should just have the fastest algorithm, like whatever the normal, I don't know, like whatever the standard libraries usually do. But like for the sake of simplicity, maybe I could do something so that just we have it in the standard library. We can do something simple. I don't know. Well, I mean, quick sort makes sense to do, right, in the standard library. Some do quick sort, some do team sort, and some do PM quick sort. Yeah, I never did team sort or PM quick sort, so I don't even know what they are. I'm not... not deep in the sorting algorithm theory. Why is there an unexpected semicolon here, even though it works over here? Huh? Oh, because it's do. I forgot the do. That's my bad. But the yeah, but the syntax error should be here and not here, right? That's just a bad error message. But yeah, there we go. We go from 0 to 5, and then this is like break, basically, right? It's like similar to a named block, but it's unnamed block, right? Like, this is a very, very small syntax sugar. They pick the sorting algorithm depending on the array length, yeah. Team sorted, the Python sorted was well by one of the core devs of the language. Yeah, I don't know. I will just probably do something that is quick to write, and then like if people start caring about the performance, they can do a pull request. Right? But we should actually make the language first like fast and compiled anyway. Only then we start worrying about performance. Okay, let's see. Day 2, part 2. So it is solved, but I still want to change the solution to be linear, right? Like I was going to. And for that, let's... There's still a bug that I did not fix, but I think I can work without this bug by doing this stuff here. So we have like again, we store in the current range all the positions for every digit and all the non-empty digits. We store this stuff, right? And when we move the start to, right, I need to either add a digit or remove a digit, right? That's what we need to do. We need to either... We need to either Add or remove a digit, but adding happens to the beginning. Add block merge sort. I don't even have lists yet, all right? Like my lists are fake right now because I'm using trips under the hood. So I guess like the way I can do sort right now is I can basically yeah, I can use like we can basically implement the multi-set right now using the trips, and then we basically construct the ordered thing, and then that's our like sorted list already, right? That's how you sort a list. You just put everything into a multi-set and then put everything back. Look, merge has all the best. Oh, and log n in place stable. Nice. And what about fast? Log n is still not really means that it's fast, right? Of course, there's also sleep sort. Yeah. And log n, don't look at the constant. All right, I won't be looking. Okay, so when I move the start, I say something like this: while current start is less than I, then I do current start plus equal 1, right? And see, we do the same for the end, current end. And when I'm moving, so this is when I'm moving my two iterators, that's going to over here I need to remove the current digit, right? So digit is this thing, right? Maybe we should have I don't know, we could also, instead of doing that, convert the string into the list of integers instead of parsing it every time like this, but it's probably fine. So we do that. That's my digit, and then over here also digit. This should be it should not be I. It should be current start. And this should be current end. Right? So in this case, we are removing the digit. In this case, we are adding the digit. So when I'm adding the digit, I'm just going to say that positions by digit. So over here, I need to update the element in the list, but because I have the immutable data structure, which is a trip under the hood, I will need to update the thing, right? Maybe I should have like the update method instead. How about this? What am I saying over here? List is this. Let's say module, and then we use trip, but then I can like extend it here. Right? Specifically, I want to say that I want to have function update, right? Which has if I have the list, or like trip in this case, right, of type T, and I want to have the index, which is an integer, and I want to have the to have the what? I don't have the function, which is t into t, I guess, right? That's what we want. And that will return the tree back. So we just say that set at index to be equal to function applied to get at index. That's what we return here. Compiler mic, it actually happened. Is it different or same as before? First time today, right? So yeah, we say positions by digit. Like the good old compiler mic, not the beeping. Okay. We say positions by digit is list update positions by digit. We update these. We update at index, which is the digit itself, and we say that this is like current positions, and we return. We basically append the thing with the current position, right? Let's call this position, right? Position is current, and that. So I just add this to the positions. Singleton position. That's it. So like now I have added the position this way. In order to remove the position, I need to update this digit, but I'm going to split at 1, right? I'm going to say over here, let first position and the rest is split at positions 1. And then I need to return the rest here. First position though, list get at first position 0, which is the so this must be equal to what? Must be equal to the current position. And if it's not equal, then we should like panic, because that's a bug. Panic. Bug. You know? Something like that. So we just remove the first position from the list of positions. Okay. This means, by the way, this is not even a linked list. This is just a queue, right? This is a queue, and then I pop the first one. Yeah. These are not lists. These are queues, because we only add to the end and we only remove from the beginning. That's how we do like the actual linear solution. Which probably means that I should do that here, you know? Yeah, let's do that. Let's say collections list, create queue. Yeah, how about that? Queue. And then we'll have a const queue is something like this. Use list. And then we say that yeah, we just say function add is Q. So we have Q, and then we add value of type T. This returns a new Q. Can you do in a functional language, by the way, the actual Q that is linear without using mutation? Like that is also persistent. You cannot. Can you? I'm not sure. I think you cannot. Right? So because it's persistent like this and not using mutation for now, it's going to, yeah. So we just say that I return here merge Q singleton value. That's all. And then do I call it push? And then we call pop. This returns T and QT, I guess. Right? So this is what we do. It's going to be the current implementation. So over here we don't say this. This is going to be Q's. All right, sure. So over here positions. Yeah, I just say that first and rest is Q pop positions, right? And then I say that if first is not equal to the position, then we panic back, otherwise, and we return the rest. That's my new position. Okay. And over here we say list update positions. This is just going to be Q push positions position, right? A little bit cleaner maybe. Okay, so this is just now I have all the positions saved. Okay, let's start by not having the non-empty digits. And let's say that maximum in range, that's the thing that I need to re-implement differently. So we don't want to iterate from the current start to the current end because we have the data structure. So, but we will instead right now do it in O10. So we go for digit in 0 to 10. Right? And actually, wait, this should be reversed. How do I do a reverse? Because this is a specific syntax right now for doing that. Let's do a while, I guess. Let digit be 9 while digit is more than or equal than 0. Do this digit minus equal 1. Right. This over here will be with return, I suppose. Over here I need to do panic. Nothing found, right? But by default over here I should return what? If we have do here I say that, yeah, basically I say that if Q count of let's say positions is positions by digit, My auto completion doesn't work. Okay. Positions by digit. List get at. I get a digit, right? And then I say that if q count, it's called count right now, I think. So count positions is not equal to 0, which means that there is at least one position. It's not empty. Yeah, then we just return a digit. No, we don't return digit, actually. I want to return the first one, right? I want to return the first one, the first position. So we want to say q front positions. Right? Index is q front positions. Value is the digit. Right? Something like that. That's what we return. You missed the compile mech. Oh no. Igorly, you were responsible for the compile mech and you missed it. So I need to implement the front of the queue, right? It's going to be easy. I mean, yeah. Let's just have this front queue t just return t which is get at q0. Let's just do that for now. Bug. We have panic bug. Over here, we have a panic bug. Nice. Position by digits is list update. Position by digit, positions, this. So the first is not equal to the position. When I pop from the queue. Really? What about if I dbg print first? Popped first or something. Maybe it's an error or something. No, I popped a 3. That's the first thing that I did. What's my input? What's my line? dbg print line. This is the line, right? Oh, I popped 0 and then I popped 2. How about I also say what I pushed, right? Because over here, yeah. How about say this? Here. dbg print. Sishuramara, hello. Welcome. How's your advent of code? Did you beat the advent of code with your SCD, or were you beaten? Were you Godotting? No, Shushimara is solving the advent of code with SCD. Or were you talking to me? No, I was not Godotting. Push digit position. Pop digit position. Let's see what my logs are here. Right, so I push 9 at position 0, right? Because that's the first one. I push 8 at position 1. I push 7 at position 2. And then I push 1s at all of the other positions. And then I will push, and then it will pop 9 at position 1. Wait, what? But why is it at position 1? That makes no sense because I only pushed 9 for position 0. I have a bug officially in my day 1 and day 2 in SED. You did that yesterday, right? So you were not doing the Advent of Code today? Or were you doing the day 2 again? Because I thought I saw your solution already, right? The agency you mentioned done in regex is now orders of magnitude faster, but you had to bore my chat for some hours. Do it. Worth it though. Oh, so you basically you made it faster, right? Okay. Day 2 took me 2 days because of the issue, because of the performance. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. All right, I'm here. I already solved day 3, but I'm trying to do the new solution, which is like linear. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. For no reason, and I'm just testing the language a little bit more while doing so. Pop 9.4. Wait, is it RNG? It actually is RNG. Which it makes sense that it is RNG, you know, because my data structure is RNG because I'm using a randomized trip currently. But how about I just maybe like I want to do this, you know, dbg print positions by digit. Panic. Just so that we exit there immediately. Here's my data structure, right? I'm storing stuff. Wait, hold on. I have a value of 4 here. Oh, no. Value is node where value is 4. Yeah, so this is the position 4. Then on the left of that, I have the value 5, which makes no sense because on the left, the position should be bigger. Wait, no, that does not make sense. No. And like, see... I want to see... Priority... It's not very easy to see this, right? Maybe we can just do instead... How about I dbg print? No, I do q print. Field print is not there. Oh no, we iterate. Yeah, we iterate over the position over list get at positions by digit. I want to get the one for the number 9. I want to print that using std print. dbg print is enough. Like that. So this is, I'm just going to print all of the positions of the after 9, and it is 1 right now. And now it is 6. And that is wrong. Was digit. So I'm updating at the index digit. Because I set at index by applying the function getting at the index. Yes. Do I have the bug in my trip implementation? Do I have a bug in my trip implementation? Let's try to iterate over. I print this here. Position by digit. How about that? So after everything, exception and variable over here. Oh, I panicked. Wait, hold on. I actually panicked at the split at. Beautiful. Yeah, I think I have a bug over here then. If this is panicking, the standard library, that means my standard library is written badly. Let's see. I pushed position 0 to number 9. So the list contains just 0. I push this contains just 2. I push this contains 3. I push 4, this contains 4. 4, 5, this contains 5. 3, 6 contains 6. 2, 7 contains 7. 1, 8 contains 8. 1, 9 contains now 8 and 9. 1, 10 contains 8, 9, and 10. 8, 9, 10, 11. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes. Then I pop 9, 0. And I push 1, 14. So now there is this 14s. Yes. No, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. What? This looks correct. What about doing this after popping too? Pop 9, 0, which means that yes. Yes. Oh wait, no, panic bug. This over here, 9, 8, push. 1, 13. When I was pushing, it all looked correct. So this time I actually popped properly. but this time I panicked over there. All right, well, it's my implementation of trip, I think, that is not correct. I'm assuming. It's not a bug in the language itself, but just my implementation of the trips. Let's take a look. Trip. Trip. Over here, there is the only two things that need to be that are important. I mean, I guess set at, let's see, let's assume that merge and split works correctly. So I split at index, split at v1. Okay, I see it. No, I don't see it. No, never mind. Because this v is this new v. That's not the original v. And this looks correct. Left value, right. Split at, where I'm splitting the trip at the index. If index is 0, then we return that. If index is equal to count to the size of the trip, then we do that. That makes sense. If index less than or equal to the v left count of the left subtree, that I'm splitting the left subtree on the index. Left, left, merge, left, right, right. And this is my original value. Count is v count. This is not correct. This is not correct. This is the bug. I am not updating the count because I removed the left one, but the count over here is not correct. So this should be just the count v right plus 1. And over here, I guess count is going to be count v left plus 1. Let's see if that fixes it. Cast. Project source day 357. Okay, this actually fixes it. I found a bug. This should be like done a little bit like yeah, it's because like count is the total count of the subtree, but since I removed the left subtree, I forgot to like recalculate the count here. Yes, let's fix that. Trip fix trip counting. There's just some empty lines. I like empty lines. Some empty lines can be committed. Push. Flake update. Okay, so this should work. I can remove the debug printing, I suppose. Right? It would be nice if I could like print more things in like one line. I need to do string interpolation. That would be really helpful for debugging, or I don't know, something, or like I guess I could just like print without printing a new line at least. That would be nice. And Mal8, hello, hello. Okay, 357. That's the correct answer for part 1, and for the part 2. It does this answer, right? I don't remember my answer. Can I like check that my answer is correct again? In the Advent of Code website. Can I submit my answer again? Part 2, input txt. Okay, technically it's right now slower than it was before even, but that's because of stuff. Did you already complete it? It doesn't even let me check that my answer is still correct. I mean, I guess I still have the old version, I suppose. It looks like the same number. But it's working a lot slower instead of faster, even though it's supposed to be the better algorithm. But that's because I have a huge constant. Because now, even though the algorithm is like better, there's a lot of stuff to interpret for the interpreter to work through. So it makes sense that it's actually slower here. Since once does Linux need to be activated, what does that even mean? Did you not like hear about the Zorin operating system? You can buy Linux. You can get the pro version of Linux. Only $50, only 50 euros. And including the sales tax. That's not a joke. That's actually Activate Linux. No, the watermark on my stream is a joke, but I think this over here is not a joke. I think I'm not sure though. It's an alternative to Windows and Macs. They don't even like say Linux here on the front page, but it is Linux. I saw. Wait, if you are familiar with whether it's Windows, macOS on Linux, this is literally Linux, right? I'm looking at the correct thing that I saw the other day. More money to open source is always good. No, they're just trying to sell the free stuff here. Some stuff. Anyway, I'm not going to look at this. You can look into it though. It's funny stuff. Isn't iOS essentially Linux Unix? Well, it's not Linux. It's based on Unix, but there's a lot of work done there. As far as I understand, the Zorin OS is just a reskin of Ubuntu. I mean, does it say Ubuntu here? Yeah, it's based on Ubuntu. Here. iOS is not Linux, Android is. Yeah. Right, anyway. What should I do now? Now that this works, but slower. Do I make it even slower? This is still not a linear solution because we still iterate over the digits. This is still like the loop going over the 10 digits here. So instead, every time a digit becomes empty or becomes non-empty, we need to update the current non-empty digit. You know? Which is the you do that by storing a list of digits that are not empty, right? That's what we do. Let non-empty digits is list create, I suppose. So this is just the list of digits that are not empty, but first it's literally empty. But we store for every yeah, we store like biggest non-empty digits. That's what we do. We have biggest non-empty digit, which is going to be you know, none, I guess. We need to have like an option here, kind of. And then like, you know, next like a previous non-empty digit, I guess, is another thing that we should do for this in 0 to 10. Previous non-empty digit is merge previous non-empty digit singleton 0, I guess, because it doesn't matter. But basically for every digit that is not empty, we are going to point to the next non-empty one. Well, I guess this also can be like none here. Right? So yeah, something. So then when I add a digit, right? Current start. Yeah, so if the positions, if Q count of the positions was equal to 0 before I added a number, then it means that this one is a new non-empty, right? New non-empty digit. Positions. And when I remove, this is where I remove, by the way. I add over, this is where I add. This is where I remove non-empty digit if the positions were equal to 1. Right? So I need to say that new non-empty digit and remove non-empty digit is the things. Although I think that I need to store the link to the next empty one, actually. Previous empty digit, maybe. Yeah, maybe I need to link to the previous empty digit and then biggest empty digit or something. But they're over here, previous. So previous is if digit is equal to 0, then none. Otherwise, some previous minus 1, right? Some digit minus 1. Biggest empty digit. I can know the biggest non-empty digit if I know the biggest empty digit technically, right? So biggest empty digit is actually going to be the 9. Wait, no. No. No, I need the non-empty ones. Biggest non-empty digit. None. None. New non-empty digit. So, and when I say that this digit is now not empty. Wait, does this even work? I was thinking of like the same stuff that we do like in this in the generational arenas when you have like the free list. But you always get like the first one that is free, and you make that one not free. And over here, I can create the digit that is not empty. And also I need to store the position. Okay, you know what? I'm a little tired. Maybe I don't care. But I broke my solution already. No, I did not. I just need to remove this and I need to remove that. Right? And this is working. Seems like it is. Better solution for part 2. It's not exactly better because of the performance of the interpreter, though, and this stuff. All right. Do I do anything else today though? I'm actually like thinking, is my panic actually working? No, it is working. Yeah, because it's generic. No, it is. Bum, bum, bum. But I think what does not work, for example, is I cannot right now say something like this. That I mean, we cannot say like if true, then 1, else like panic. Hey, like this will work. Specifically, that will work. It will be inferred to be an integer. But if I should do a semicolon here, then it's not going to work anymore because semicolon makes this be a unit, right? That's like the difference. Maybe that's okay though. For now. Like basically I need to return the panics. Sure. Let me move this with returns stuff. The converting to an integer 64. Yeah, I will do some proper solution at some point, but the returns, I think I can move to the standard library. Why not? Let's just do, and this is over here the bug. With return hi, yo, and it returns hi. Nice. With return, and this over here I want to make a new test case, right? Bug, function module bug, but hello is going to be hello still. Yeah, this is the bug. We'll need to look at that, but probably not right now. I guess I'll just end the stream here. Let me just make sure that it works if I update the thing here. I did not push. Push first. Okay, nice. Update. Cast. Let's see. Do the other days still work? Day one. Day one doesn't work. Wait, what? If cannot be assignee. While compiling if without else here. What? What? This over here is an if without else. Oh, because plus equal 1 has the different priority here, I think. Expression. Yeah, this does not work. Because of the priorities, I made them different. Yeah, let's make sure that all the days are still working. I should probably like make this automated or something. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Yeah. Fix day 1. I need to like have the ability to have like cast check or like cast test, like some sort of like automatic testing, like of the workspace and stuff. That would be nice. All right, anyway, that's enough. Let's go. So ja.
Voor maar €9,95 geniet je nu van een Big Mac menu.
Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye.